We'll close them. Okay, ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
For our CCDC. Oh, it's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right. Y'all ready to start? I want everyone to look over at the screen and make funny faces. In 10. He's not choking. 9. No, you're going to start. Funny faces already done. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5, 4, don't touch your thing. I'm going to start over. 10, 9, 8, red team's already started. 3, 2, 1, go.
See if I can get in. 4 TB. We have for office on Ryan Block. Yeah, just wanted the you need that? I have the cred that's full that goes. Username. But I can't lowercase that. Someone working with the IR. wait for that to finish and then you can open the Thank you. It probably won't pack.
The very top. I think I did. If you can add do not have it in your 15. Oh no, that's one you can add. If you can't get access to it,
did not know that to the best of my knowledge, that was not was that problem under ACS order. Yeah.
Congratulations! You performed another successful ID block and you have help after another suspect. See Captain would be like, here comes on.
What's them?
I mean, if you want to, so if you
Go under your leg.
but I did make a
Not even 12 years ago. Oh, I could have never done it. I'm with you. There's not a point in my life you could do that. Good, Roman? Alright. Mark. I need to you need to add all probably an easier way to do that. Yeah. So you can add it up with I turned up USD and running USD disabled. So I can't do the most. It's like multiple $13,000. I just very Sorry, we are currently not in season there. Oh, don't worry, we can process them. Just realized that.
Wait, sorry, when I lost focus. Did you already swap the Chromebook? Oh, okay, so that one I can use. That one should.
If you remember the number.
Oh, that was. But it's not professional.
I think any solution should be on.
To do WG dash space down.
It's not nostalgia. Like a no, I can't log in.
Well, you're not.
Still can't. No. We need to straighten out. Oh, Mark, I better not be right now.
Oh, and SSM. No, I forget. I have to use it.
Google knows. I've never used it.
Refresh on that? And that would refresh? Like, there's so many services. Our company thought they had just ignore the bottom half. Quick question. So this morning I said for you to reset, request to reset that machine, right? Right now we're having trouble like accessing that machine period. You guys already do that reset?
Hello, hello, hello. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning. Studio.restream. Okay.
banana and bacon. It'll be running in memory. Because they removed the
Ryan, can you keep up the learning injects, like especially for DNS stuff? We got 2 emails trying to every like 5-10 minutes. So Ryan, oh what? Every half hour. Which one? At the very least. You have an hour and 47 minutes. These were
Well, hello, hello. Good morning. Hey, let me double check the stream. Oh, well, that would also be the problem. There we go. I am here.
there you go.
Well, good morning on this April 1st CCDC. Let's get this open in a different browser. We are live. Let's see. Good morning, good day. Let's go ahead and hit this live.
A different kind of liability.
No.
Not much going on this morning. It looks like I've got my handful of teams here. I know that we have several universities participating this year. Let me see if I can pull that record up. I know I've got it locally here. Totally prepared for this, if you can't tell. The students have worked pretty hard to get to this point, and they're definitely making all best efforts right now, I'm sure, last minute to secure. So we have Capital Technology University, we have George Mason University, Liberty University, Penn State, Virginia Tech, University of Virginia, UMBC, and Rutgers. So right now what we're doing is we're watching them kind of get wound up. They've been on since, I believe, 9:30. Doing what they've got to do to get their capabilities kind of ensured and wrapped in place. Seems like we've got some universities, everybody's got their heads down, but nobody's looking stressed at the moment. So we'll be definitely taking a look at that here. I believe by noon o'clock, if my that's literally 2 more hours that they will have the heck breaking loose on them. Let's see if we can get some more information. Usually the way these things go, just to be clear, if this is your first time seeing one of these, is so the 8 universities have to have essentially inherited environment. The environment has weak passwords, some vulnerabilities, and they've got to be careful there because there's only so many things they themselves can patch. Because they need to make sure that the bots, humans, and the teams that are currently utilizing the tooling can still log in, still do the inject check, and everything else. So there should be certainly a capability for them to keep those things running. And the reason that's important is that's how they score. And as they score points, they work their way up the ladder. They start winning. They start getting things done. Just adjusting the camera. Let's see. Ooh, a little bit of glitch there. All right, we're good now. All right, so I think, you know, again, we got about 2 hours till things get really kicked off. I was Waiting for a few folks to join a chat here. I call your phone hard to Discord. Feel free to call. Yeah. 1 sec, y'all. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, is it really? Black team at banana? That was an email. That was an email. Yeah, from the board.
Right, so I will try to procure something. Maybe we'll get their own laptop.
Alright,
Starting
yes, right quick and then right. Good reason. Where are you at right now? You need all this? Okay. I'm finishing 13.
UCC, yeah.
Stop killing. What time's the
Yeah. UTC 5 plus 5 and 24 hour clock. No, EST. Yeah, it is UTC. We're telling her what UTC is. Yeah, we're just trying to no, free time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they are usually
They are indeed. Communication. Hey guys, our database are hitters.
That's what we're working on now. All right. So change it to proxy. You will see. Alright, so this one might have a time delay.
That container's down. We need to stop it. Yeah. Here, I'm down. Please refer to tweetcrm.log. might have forgotten the. Okay. Oh, you need the. Okay, yeah.
And we are back. Just gonna give it a second. Make sure it's hearing everything. It looks like it is. Excellent. Sweet. Welcome again to the 2023 Mid-Atlantic CCDC Collegiate Cyber Defense Challenge. Today is day 2. This is the day that everything starts to happen. We're gonna have more and more folks standing up, standing around. We definitely have some teams here working on things. I would say maybe that's Liberty. Well, if everything's off center to the right, it would be whoever's in the middle here. Looks like they're standing around. They should be meeting here shortly with the CEO. So if you're unfamiliar with that, they will actually turn around and meet with the mock CEO to give a mock update. And the reason that's important is because there's, it's part of normal business. There's a capability when you're a pen tester or a red teamer like myself. There's a capability when you're a blue teamer, especially if you're a team lead or a manager, that you have to be ready to explain why there might be outages. Because since apparently 10 o'clock, I thought things went live at noon, but since 10 o'clock, there's been some foolishness. There will be from the red team. So there will be a point in time that the red team will get a little bit more malicious and start taking down services. But right now, all they're doing is the inconvenient things, taking down services, maybe rebooting things, being a little, very similar to what you might experience in a real scenario. So now that those things are happening, the CEO is getting pretty regular updates. So in a few moments, we'll have the CEO join me. We'll talk about what specifically the CEO would be looking for, specifically some of those things. So I'll split the screen. We'll add some additional camera angles here, and we will make sure that the CEO gets a few moments to chat with me and make sure that we can get those things up on camera here for you guys, and then figure out how to kind of express to you, like, really about potentially how stressful this is this year. Many of the students look pretty composed. You can see a lot of hard work now. Brow lines furrowing a little bit more because people are focusing in, trying to make sure they get these things done. That they're ensuring that they're understanding what's going on, and then we're, again, just adding to that capability. Definitely, some folks are trying to ensure that they keep actions to a minimum and attitudes calm. Some of that's going to be some of those very important things. So let's see. So we'll be back shortly with the CEO. In the meantime, if there are any questions from the stream, go ahead and feel free to ask. Good morning. I'm just going to be quietly looking in the background and see if I can get this scoreboard up. Big diff. Just the tip. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see if I can get this scoreboard up full screen. Here we go. Hey, look at me, Ma. Testing. Yep. All right. Let's see. Team 1, Team 0, which we won't know what the teams are. It's not gonna have the names over because that helps remove some of the bias, right? The scoreboard's available to red teamers and everyone are like, yeah, you could kind of guesstimate and estimate based on a couple other things, but for now we're just having teams numbers and names up here. So the benefit is again, it kind of removes that capability and biasness. It looks like current place, 9th place is Team 0. I don't think Team 0 is typically a real team. That's a team that is kind of there for whatever purposes. So it's good that they are in literal last place. Looks like Team 1 is in 1st, Team 2 is in 7th, Team 3 is in 2nd, Team 4 is in 5th, Team 5 is in 8th, Team 6 is in 4th, Team 7th is in 3rd, and Team 8 is in 6th place. Looks like for the majority of these things, there's a decent up-down ratio. We'll take a look at the teams that kind of are in 1st place right now have 33 services up and potentially 21 down. 7th place is 29 services up and 28 down. So there's it's not a huge difference, but we're easily talking a difference of 5 right now as of this moment, right? 2nd place seems to be having 31 services up, more services than or Team 2, which is in 7th place. They've got Team 3, which is 31, which is actually in 2nd place, so silver rank right now. They've got a decent amount of services just tied with Team 1. It looks like Team 1 got some additional services up, maybe. So we're, if you take a look at the services below that, you can kind of see the services that are going to be going up and down at checkpoints. Just to make sure that all those checkpoints get met, everything is there. Here's something. I think they're letting the employees know that they'll be
So if you haven't been that long range chat or mail, they're a little frustrated. Orange team, if you didn't get the gist.
all right. Sounds like there might be some problems going on. All righty. Testing. There we go. See if we can get some guests in here shortly. Yeah, you can definitely tell. You can definitely tell that some of these the frustrations are getting a little bit more there, just based on some of the body language, the nervousness. We got some feet moving. We got some people just moving in frustrated patterns here. It's pretty common at this point in the competition, especially since again they're getting ready to go meet up with the CEO. Take a look at these points again. Team 1 is still in first. Team 2 seventh. The 1-7-2, 5-8-4, 3-6. Okay, nothing much has changed there. Certainly a few additional services are going down for teams that have higher points, which is fairly typical of the red team. Again, it's not a matter of targeting a particular university. It comes down to targeting a particular the winning teams and things like that, because there's it's let's be honest, this is also a little bit where the red team gets to have a little bit of fun when it's not involving another company or something. So right now, since they are shutting down services, hey, if you're in the win, they will frankly target you. So hey, I see we got Black Box Theater. Let me turn you on. Hit the little checkbox, the little toggle switch above your name and restream. There you go. I don't know if I can hear you yet. Hold on. Put on the right headphones. Testing. All right, it's probably actually on me. One moment. I'm operating on two machines here, which is not the best. All right, output device. Yeah, it was the wrong output device. All right, now I should be able to hear you. One moment, it's awfully quiet. All right, are we there now? I can hear you. So let me turn your volume up.
Okay, yeah, you can hear me now.
Yep.
All right. Cool. So you can hear me, you can see me?
I can hear you now.
Brilliant. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. So, you guys are in the black box room over at the stage. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Hanging in there, having a good time. Unfortunately, couldn't make it down there today, so we'll make sure we get a good interview going on here.
Sounds good.
So, what is this year's 2023 scenario?
Yes. So, I am the acting CEO of Hulk Shipping Company. And this year's scenario, we actually have a board, not just one CEO. So alongside me, we have a CTO as well as a CISO. And we even have last year's CEO acting as the board of directors for this event. So the scenario is Hulk Shipping is a shipping company competing with
Amazon and FedEx, and they just went through a round of layoffs where they effectively laid off their entire IT department. So each of the teams that has come in this year, they're effectively acting as the new IT operations and security.
All right. So that's I guess that's fairly common scenario in acquisitions and
Yeah.
so what I guess with the board of directors and yourself as a CEO, what are some things that you would be looking for from the teams today? What like clearly we've got I pulled up the scoreboard earlier. I think I got it in the background right now. We've got team one in first place, and we've got a couple other teams in staggering after them. So what is the board specifically looking for from these teams?
Yep, that's a great question. So I'll describe what we did yesterday. So yesterday, the teams came in, and they came into effectively a bunch of infrastructure that needed to be fixed. Currently, customers can't place orders. There are a bunch of security concerns, issues sprinkled throughout the environment. So what the board first asked teams to do is each of us took on a persona. So as the CEO, I care about revenue. We need to drive up revenue, which means we need to ship containers, we need to place customer orders. The CISO, he cares about security. He wants everything to be locked down. They have to take down the systems. We can't be vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks. And then our CTO, she is fantastic. She's all about delivering. So she's very in line with get the systems up and running, make sure they're running effectively, make sure we're
Pretty typical company things, making sure that there's no stop in work, that there's revenue incoming, and especially as a CEO and the board, you guys are going to be very interested, of course, in those things. So, out of some of these services or maybe even these team numbers, is there a particular team that you're looking forward to kind of talking to, like, hey, why are these things down? And of course, what would be the expectations that, like, as a student comes in and says, hey, it doesn't matter their current place or scoring, really. It's going to be like, hey, we have X amount of services down for X amount of time. We have experienced an outage. Are you going to be kind of quizzing them, like, what are you doing? Like, why is this taking so long? Are we going to play good CEO, bad CEO, like, the whole good cop, bad cop?
the gambit. Yep, absolutely. So what we did yesterday, the whole ask was we effectively asked each team to perform what could be described as a self-assessment questionnaire, something similar like a security audit. And so
Okay.
there was a list of 15 questions each team had to go through and answer around inventory scanning, endpoints, how are you securing the environments, data backups, effectively a high level summary to effectively prove your environment is running and secure. So teams then had to provide an initial response within 1 hour of that ask. So we asked all teams at the same
Wow.
time. An hour later, they had to come in the first draft. And when you ask, is there a particular team we're interested in? Honestly, coming into this, I wasn't sure what to expect from each team. Each team is actually quite unique in their own way. So I'm looking forward to talking to each of them. I spoke with each of them yesterday to give them initial feedback. Now today, we'll be meeting with them shortly to talk about the polished version of their deliverable. So each team has been asked, all right, you have to deliver the full updated version of this environment assessment. While they're doing that, as in typical board fashion, they're going to come in and we're probably going to throw some curveballs at them. The curveballs are going to be similar, but each of the teams has some unique nuances that we can bring up from specific events that have happened over the past 24 hours.
Nice. So you'll be like, hey, 24 hours ago, you had your questionnaire said that you were going to do this. Have you guys even done this yet, kind of thing?
Yep, those kind of questions, and also, why are our inventory systems down? Like, what is happening? Why can't customers?
That's very important.
Yeah, exactly. So, and one of the big themes here has been emphasizing that even if security is the company's top priority, the almighty dollar speaks loudest. So,
Absolutely. There's a lot of it's a business, right? And
correct.
the rule number one of business, if you're not making money, you're losing money.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah. So today will be interesting, and then we have some other activities planned, not particularly from our team, but they have some challenges ahead. It'll be interesting to see how today pans out. And I think I'm getting a time check ready to do the first team from the boss, and I think we're gonna introduce the first team next. Is that correct?
Well, so we'll introduce the team. We'll introduce the teams right after they meet with Jason and the rest of the board. And I think the first team is already there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So
Okay.
I've just been informed our first team's there, so I probably need to go play CEO.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for your time, CEO. If we can get you back after all the teams meet with you, we'd love to do that.
All right, I'll be around. Thank you very much for your time.
All righty.
Good.
Hey Joe, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So, how is the audio? Is it too quiet? Is it better at all?
It was a little quiet initially. It is certainly better now. It's picking up a lot of the room noise though too.
So, I think I'll probably just give the teams my headset because they were using the microphone on the camera, which was picking up a lot of the background noise. And we don't
I
really
was
have the
wondering.
Yeah, the microphone on the headset wasn't picking up the right thing. So,
Sounded like some AI or something was cutting the volume down.
yeah, makes sense. So I think the first team will be here in around 15 minutes. I need to make sure they know that they should come back here. So I'll ask some volunteers to bring them back here.
All right. So, from your expectation here, like, how's it going, Roman? Like, the CTF going well?
I think so. So this is our first time running the competition in person for a really long time. Let me turn down the live box theater. There's a lot of background noise. This is the first time since 2019 that we've organized MACDC in person, and you know, a lot of the cables, a lot of the equipment that we've had hasn't been working. So you know, we got here on Wednesday. We were trying to set up all of the cables, all of the equipment, all of the devices, and fortunately, you know, I think we got everything to work pretty much. I think day one went great. So yesterday was day one. Today is day two. This is the time when red teamers are going to start taking down services pretty soon, and so where there's going to be a lot more action. We're really looking forward to kind of seeing what's going to happen.
Excellent. Yeah. I can't wait for that. You know, I see services up, down here. You know, Team Zero, I assume, is the Ghost team as per usual, and then the other teams, you know, have their scoring in their place, and I see services kind of going up and down on the chart here. So they're certainly either fighting themselves or fighting a little bit of the red team.
Yeah. Well, I think day one it was definitely a lot of them fighting themselves. This year, I don't have the exact number, but I think we had almost 40 different virtual machines they had to protect.
Wow.
Let me actually take a look at the.
So when, you know, the expectation is when the students come into place for each team, there are 40 virtual machines, and that's everything from a Linux server, Windows server, a switch, and some infrastructure, right?
Yeah, so I think it's closer to like 45 different devices. Some of those include, you know, virtual machines. Some of those are actual laptops and devices that they're going to be working from. Some of those include the hypervisor. They have an IP camera. They have a Cisco phone. So it's essentially 47 different endpoints that they have to defend.
Oh yeah. So are they getting calls from the CEO to their Cisco phone to make sure it's still up and operational?
So the Cisco phone is mostly used by the Orange team, which represents the end users kind of the environment. And the idea is that, you know, the Orange team will attempt to place an order, interact with the website, interact with the systems, and if they run into issues, they're going to call up the team and see if they can troubleshoot it. If the team responds, they get a point, and if the team doesn't respond, they don't get any points. If the website was working as intended on the first try, they're going to get 2 points.
Okay. So that's interesting. That helps a lot. I can see how that would be helpful for a lot of the scenario here.
Let's see if I can turn the camera back.
have disappeared. I don't know how to keep us in the little corner pocket when we make something full
Let's
screen.
see. Yeah, I think you just have to select full screen. You have to change the layout. So I'm gonna select this as the well. You're right. I'm running into the same issue.
Yeah. So I think what I did to correct it last time is I just turned my camera on and off again.
Oh, I see. You can drag and drop the screen that you want to be in the middle.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. So we can do this. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so we had a few teams change light at the very last minute. We had 8 teams coming in to participate. 2 of them unfortunately couldn't make it, and so we extended the opportunity to participate to a few more teams, and that's why Messiah University, who weren't originally on the list, are participating. And yeah.
Well, I'm glad that people got in regardless, and you didn't have less candidates there.
Yep.
So on the camera, I see. I was commenting earlier. I see actually people a little bit more relaxed now on a few of the teams, specifically. So I guess that's Liberty is directly in front of us to the left. With the team that has the 2 red shirts at the end of the table, they were hunched over. They were like maniacally kind of beating on keys.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say it's actually a characteristic of a good team, because there are a lot of things that are going wrong in their environments, and the teams that are able to keep their cool under so much pressure, I think are really good teams. And so when I used to participate, we used to, I observed a lot of teams getting very stressed, starting to blame their teammates. As soon as the service goes down, it's very easy to, instead of taking responsibility as a team, to point the blame at one person and say that, instead of being productive and trying to fix it, just fall apart. And I think teams this year have been doing a really good job at staying calm, even while all of their services are going down.
That's hard to stay calm during.
Yep.
So that's good to hear. It's also like again, I think I streamed in 2019, I believe, and it was a very interesting environment. It's my first time seeing CCDC from like any perspective, much less like that. And then the following year, 2020, I did a red team. Was on the Linux team. Then the following year, I was a assistant on the Windows team, but kind of helping out mostly Linux. And then this year, I was invited to stream again. So it's interesting from my perspective, because I see, I know what the red team's in the background doing. They're brute forcing. They're putting their malicious code on there. Their malicious packages, and they're trying to take down these services one at a time right now, because that's actually a hard part from a red teamer, is to specifically target just the services, because it's actually easy just to blow up the whole box, but it's not time for that yet.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to keep the competition interesting by making sure, even though they have pretty much complete access for the entire network on day one, they are trying to make the competition fun by being very careful in the things they mess up, so that whatever actions they take are essentially reversible. And day 2, like usually the second part of the day, that's when things become irreversible. Probably going to be there soon to make this forward.
I definitely can see how that adds some stress too, because at any moment, they think that they're being attacked or anything, but it's really them shooting themselves in the foot, more or less, right? And they have to weigh, did we do this or did they do this at this point?
that made it more difficult this year than in the past is that it's well, CCDC has always had, well, MACDC, National CDC, they've always had a large number of machines that teams have to protect. I think this year, 45 is really a high number considering you only have eight team members on your team. And so, kind of the strategy of just manually going through the box and making sure everything works one by one is not as difficult this time. They have to use some kind of automation tool or something to help them work on these machines all at once.
Your mic is coming in and out, Roman.
Sorry about that. I'll try to.
It's alright. I don't know if it's the noise compensating or something. It keeps grabbing and occasionally just muting it now.
Let's see. I think
now it's better.
I should be able to. I'm a bit closer to my mouth. I think there's a way for me to change it to prevent from. Actually, my auto gain control is turned off. I'm not sure. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Yes.
So it's 11:10. So essentially, what's happening right now is, so each team has a captain, and starting at 11, each of the team captains, one by one, are going to have 15-minute meetings with the CEO. And so I think the first team is having that meeting right now, and we can expect the first team captain any minute.
So so the teams are made up of how many individuals these days? Looks like
8.
What's it? 8?
Yeah. So team size is 8 people. So some teams couldn't bring an entire team to the competition, so that's why there are fewer teams. There are some teams with fewer team members on them, but in general, teams have 8 participants.
So then you have one captain. I've seen you'll have one. You'll have 2 Windows, 2 Linux, right? So there's your majority of operating systems, and then I think it used to be kind of like one generalist, one specific network, and then a team captain, right? So it's 2 Linux, 2 Windows, the team captain, a generalist. And then so there's like sometimes 2 more or 2 network maybe, and then the generalist. Then it gets interesting when you take a look at the potential foundation for how to build that proper team.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in the rules that requires them to have a certain structure other than having a team captain.
Right.
But I've seen different teams do different things. For example, when I was at UVA, we had a team captain, then we had a Linux team captain, a Windows team captain, and a networking person. And then, under the team captain, Linux and Windows, we had 2 more people. So that would be 8.
Okay.
I've seen some teams who have, dedicated Linux people, dedicated Windows people, network, but they also have a dedicated inject person, which I think is a decent strategy as well. So yeah, it really depends, and I think teams that won, I don't think there's a consistent pattern of team structure that has won regionals in the past. But we can certainly ask around. Maybe when the team captains come, just kind of. I'd be curious also to see how their teams are structured.
Yeah. See if there's I don't know if there's any thing that I would call magic sauce, right? There's definitely a mix and a variety.
Yeah.
Let's see. I am being told that my headset's about to die. So I'm trying to find a charging cable. Let's see if that's charged. right, so any moment now we should have some students, right? Because I think
So, and
we had
actually,
a few minutes.
we have one coming here right now. So I'm gonna swap seats and give you this headset. So you're going to be speaking to Joe, the blind hacker. He is he runs a community. Well, here, I guess I should be on camera saying this, introducing you, Joe. But he also runs a community called Dead Pixel Sec, and he's been he's helped us stream MHCDC in the past when he used to be in person, and so he knows how things are. And we just wanted to hear from some teams and how the CEO meeting went. And
That CEO meeting was great.
Well, tell it to the camera. So here, so you can put on this headset, and you'll be able to see what's happening right here.
Okay. How long do I have to talk?
Just like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hello.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Hello.
How are you?
I am. How are you?
So what's your name and what team are you on?
I'm Liam, and I'm with Penn State.
Well, Liam, tell me about how your meeting with the CEO went. You know, we already got the scenario that you guys inherited an environment from a shipping merger, and there was a lot of issues.
Yeah, there were a ton of issues. So yesterday's meeting was fairly rough. They the big focus from that meeting was to get mission critical infrastructure running again, which was the order system. And we focused a lot on that yesterday, and we were able to go back with progress on all our goals. So we were able to say that we got our order system running. We started to deploy our centralized logging tool. So it was good.
So I know that you filled out a questionnaire. You had an hour to fill out a questionnaire and figure out how you're going to secure things. Well, how do you feel about your questionnaire?
To be frank, the questionnaire was not my focus. I was more concerned about interacting with them because to me, it seems like a lot of the injects, the questionnaire, stuff like that are designed to drag you away from more important tasks. And my focus was getting things running and then being able to talk about that.
Okay. Well, were you able to do that by not focusing on the questionnaire then?
Yeah, we were able to get everything functional. Our order system works. We were able to confirm with the employees of the company that they're able to place orders. And that was the biggest issue that they wanted us to address.
Okay. And so that has been addressed.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I mean, is there anything that you guys are doing special? Did you guys train a little bit before this?
I mean, yeah, so we've been meeting bi-weekly. We have private infrastructure where we spun up a lot of the tools and technologies that we were uncomfortable with from the qualifiers to get practice with deploying those and using them more effectively. They broke all the time, but it was great because the more experience that people got with hands-on troubleshooting, the happier I am.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's a good way to learn. It's a good way to deal with surprise attacks because then you're learning how to not shoot yourself in the foot because having seen these things go on for the last 4 years from my perspective, always as an outsider, it was really interesting to see. Like year one, we thought like day one, we thought people were attacking. They're like, no, we're not allowed to do anything till day two. But it's a lot of, so you start to realize it's a lot of almost self-imposed shooting yourself in the foot, and a lot of that happens because of people train on unfamiliar tools and then think a configuration file should or shouldn't be there, or it's maybe too permissive, and then they delete it or fix it 100%. With air quotes up.
Yeah, you come in with a great plan and it never stays that way. So I think it's all about being able to adapt and play the game.
Absolutely. No, that's an important part too. It's keeping in mind that it is essentially a game and there's a lot of things that change and go wrong, and understanding how to just keep those services up to the minimum capability and, being able to restore them quickly. So did your team, I guess I'll give you back to your team here. But so you guys trained on the tools. Did you guys come up with, so some things that I usually try to do when CCDC teams ask me to help them out or like give them some advice and things like that. My biggest piece of advice is usually like come up with a playbook. Did you guys end up developing a playbook since there are multiple scenarios?
Yeah, not I try to keep things broad. wanted my team to think of their run books as a wish list of things that they would like to do. We had like a first hour kind of game plan, first day game plan, and then things that you want to go back through and check periodically. But I think it's more important to understand that a lot of the stuff you're going to try to deploy isn't going to work or it's going to break. So being able to effectively pivot from what's worth your time and what's not. We couldn't get our wireless access point to work, so we unplugged it. It's a useless threat surface. And we pivoted 2 of our machines that would have had no internet access to be exclusively used for report writing and inject writing. So I think it's just all about being able to switch effectively.
Very interesting strategy there. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. I'll let you get back to your team, and
Yeah, thank you.
appreciate you chatting.
Have a
And
nice
have
day.
a good rest of the competition.
Thanks.
So it could be an Linux box that we can't get. That's a possibility.
Let me try speaking to this microphone. Test.
My headset's sleeping. One moment, I need to replace my headset.
No worries. And so we have a few red teamers. I'm not sure if they're here to. Here, I'll turn my
Which device am I on?
Did you just open your live stream? I love it. No. Oh yeah, these are real.
Oh, why is it beeping at me? It says it has 20% left.
Looks like I was muted.
Alrighty, I guess I'm back.
So,
Unfair! It's unfair! We've been framed!
Oh, what's going on?
so what just happened is one of the red teamers, Rusty, got arrested. And this means that the team was able to identify malicious activity attributed to a specific IP address, and demonstrate those malicious and have enough evidence to actually detain the red teamer. Wait,
That's fantastic.
2 people.
Oh, they got 2 people?
Looks like it. I wonder if it was a shared incident. So, yeah. I'll be back here when another team joins. I have to go do a bunch of things myself, but just ping me if you need anything.
Absolutely.
And I will try to get Rob and maybe some other folks on the stream in a bit.
Excellent. Well, we'll look
Thanks,
forward
Joe.
to the next person, and we'll chat in a few.
Yep.
So being arrested, that was brought up. So the red teamer gets taken out of circulation for a period of time. Like, we can't take them out of the whole competition because there is only about a dozen or so, maybe up to 20 red teamers, while the student to red teamer ratio is typically stacked in the student favor. It's still a good thing to get those red teamers back in action again so they can do things. So, but the investigation that happened, then they were able to find an IP address. They were able to find a signature in the piece of malware or whatever was going on. So that's quite a amount of detailed expectations again. As we were just chatting, apparently the 2 devices that were there for wireless purposes that need to be fixed on the wireless, instead of committing to fixing the wireless, they said, you know what, this is an attack vector. We're going to turn this off. We're going to limit our attack surface, so removing wireless entirely, so that way the red team in the back room can't connect to the wireless. They have to connect through the internet, which potentially gives you a smaller attack surface and the ability to track those IPs a little bit better, actually. So it was definitely good work from them. Whoever did the investigation and got them. So I think that'll reflect in the points and in the ceremony afterwards. So always a good thing to see and hear that somebody did the investigation. While it's not great that one of my fellow red teamers got arrested, it is great to see that the investigation definitely took place. So let's see. That's good work on that team. So again, the red team will be out for a particular period of time. We'll see how it goes. For now, we'll enjoy some lo-fi beats. All right. Should be expecting the next student in just a few moments here. So as stated, so far in the competition, some of the teams I've met with the CEO president of the company. We have had red teamers arrested. Let me check Discord to see if I've got any like insider news. No, it doesn't look like we can get any response from the red teamers. I can tell you, reading through the discovery list for the teams here and on the red team stuff, since I do have some insider knowledge, I'm not going to say what's going on and who's doing what and any names or give away any of the tradecraft here. But turns out that there's a lot going on there, and apparently some of the folks who did get arrested were big named red teamers, so it kind of makes sense.
Hey Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so we have the next team captain from George Mason University. He can say a few words here, and I'll give you my headset.
Okay.
It's the live stream is like 10 people, so you're not. It's not a big audience.
Hello. Don't
Hello.
be nervous. First of all, the only person out here that matters is me, because I'm the awesome blind hacker. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, first off, my name is Ryan Wong. I go to George Mason University. I'm studying cybersecurity engineering. Yeah.
Okay.
And then also,
is this your first CCDC?
yes, this is my first CCDC, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been really
Good.
fun, especially playing the captain role. It's interesting to see the side of the kind of the managerial side, organizing the team and being able to figure out what needs to be done, organizing that, and then also managing the bosses, giving them updates on what's going on.
So in your capability, right? So you're the team leader. You just met with the CEO. Yesterday, you filled out a questionnaire based on like what you see for your cybersecurity risks and things like that. So did you fill out the questionnaire?
Yes. The questionnaire
Go ahead.
Sorry, what was that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, the questionnaire that they gave me to fill out, I was not focused enough. I didn't realize this was going to be happening just like that 1 hour go. So that was surprising on my end to try to see that. It's like, okay, wow, this is a lot of stuff that I need to fill out or just get something out as roughly as possible to give them a plan of what we're going to be doing.
And I'll ask, have you followed through with the plan that you gave them yesterday?
Yes, we have followed through with the plan and also made some edits to our plan as well. Since it's been changing the whole entire time, we've been making edits to it, making it better as always, and also remediating threats as we see them.
So with that, so you've remediated threats, you've got the plan going, you've been adaptive with it. So during when you guys were doing any training, did you train up on any like playbook level stuff, or did you just train to get the job done?
So we did. So we did train up on playbook stuff, especially at the very beginning, right? Since we're dropped into a new environment that's live, we went playbook from there, and then we adapted to what our situation is, what our highest
Perfect.
priority of what machines needs to be up and running for the business to work.
So you came in, the infrastructure was a mess. You got
Yep.
a risk assessment thrown right on your lap, and they said you got 1 hour, literally 60 minutes from now. I need an answer. You gave them an answer. You followed through. You adapted. You used playbooks, and then you've merged into kind of I guess, a live incident response slash kind of security
Exactly.
feeling. Okay. So have you guys been feeling good about the amount of services you've been able to keep up, and kind of like, looking at
We
your capability? Are you being well rounded with the team?
we are. I say we have had a good number of services up. We did have our hiccups in trying to figure out which ones were up because they're up, and then which ones were up but not actually communicating with the scoreboard. So that was one of the things that we had a little bit of a hiccup in trying to figure out which is used to what's interconnected with another thing, and being able to identify this connects to this versus this is on its just alone and it just connects straight to the outside.
Okay. So with the incoming capability and your setup and your playbooks and everything, so so that's actually a good point. So keeping up, not just keeping up a service, but making sure that the service is responding. So have you guys, for the rest of the competition, have you decided maybe to like smoke test things, or are you just kind of like, hey, we're going to just defend what services we have left?
We are defending what services we have up, but also trying to getting services back up and running as well. Since we know
So you're
some
going
of
to keep fighting the fight.
Oh yeah. Since we know some of our services are already running and they're strong, we're gonna keep making sure they're strong, monitoring our logs, but then also being able to try to bring up other services back up as well.
Nice. Okay. Well, do you have anything to say to the crowd, or to any kind of key takeaways before I let you go?
I guess one of my key takeaways in just this competition, it's different than other ones I've done since most of them are just static. This one is live. You can feel the adrenaline rush during the day, and as soon as you sit down at the end of the day when there's just nothing going on, you just kind of just go down and need to rest. But it's great.
It's a crash. Yeah. No, it's again, this is why there are people out there who, when they get on those fire defer teams, like, they get kind of addicted to that. They travel, they go to a new place, there's a big company, they're getting into infrastructure, they're getting logs, and then they're doing all this stuff for a week. The first few days are like really hyper, they get all going, and then suddenly they go home and they're like, I don't want to work for a month.
Yep.
Well, appreciate your time. Get back to your team. Good luck with the competition.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got some additional capabilities. That was from the George Mason team there. It seems like that they did have a playbook, something I highly encourage every team out there. If you're listening to this live, if you're listening to this in post, I think at least having an initial playbook is almost the most valuable thing you can do. It really builds the ability to kind of understand, your hardware, your software, where you're going with things, and how to manage and maintain those capabilities, and capabilities, that broad bucket of information you've got going on. And I think there's a lot to that, especially these days with trying to make sure you understand how to commit to your capabilities and commit to your understanding of things, as it were. A lot to it. A lot to it. For those of you watching out on the Blind Hacker Twitch, thank you so much. For those of you watching on the Meta CTF YouTube channel, also thank you so very much. Will be interesting to see how the rest of this competition plays out. We'll have a few more interviews with students here shortly. Those that volunteer. I still can't get any of the red teamers, but still a good time. Still a good time.
Hey Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
So we have an in-person red teamer. Actually, we have a blue teamer first, blue team captain, and then we'll have a red teamer right here cooking.
Excellent.
So this is Joe. I don't know if you met him. Here, put these on. I'll give you these. But this is Emil from University of Virginia.
University of Virginia.
All right. Hello there.
Hello. You were Daniel from University of Virginia?
It's Emil.
Which one?
It's Emil from the University of Virginia, not Daniel.
Oh, Emil from the University of Virginia. Okay. So, how did your meeting with the CEO go?
I think pretty well. I mean, the big thing is that we really prioritized making sure that we were able to have orders working, and we were able to get that, and, ensure that we had a customer that was able to place an order about an hour ago. And so talking about that in the CEO chat, I know yesterday they mentioned that was their only real priority as far as the business goes. So I think that was one thing that we tried to prioritize, and I think that really made them happy.
So when you came into the infrastructure, it was a mess. There was vulnerabilities. There was easy passwords. I've asked the other teams this. So when you were training for this after the qualifiers and stuff, did you use a playbook, or did you kind of just train on the software, like the best practices? What'd you do?
So I mean, a lot of it is playbook side. I think as a team, my captain role has basically just been trying to design our practices as much as possible to prepare us and make sure that we're doing stuff that will translate effectively to the competition. So this year, the big focus that we've had is just kind of building out some of our own infrastructure to be able to host internal competitions, or at least mimic what we'll see on stuff. So a lot of our practices have actually just been not necessarily full mocks where there's an active red team against us, but there might be we've had practices where we've had a network of 36 boxes or something like that the goal was just to spend the first 10 minutes and just jump from box to box, securing that as we go. So I mean, this at a network this size, practicing that was very helpful, because this is frankly a much larger network than we've ever seen before.
Yeah. This, when Roman was telling me, this was a lot of machines here. So
I remember.
Go ahead.
So we were practicing. I think we had a 33 machine network, and we were like, all right, this will be overkill. We can do this, kind of knowing that this will be a little bit on the harder side, or at least in terms of scale from what we would expect to see here. And then, no, not at all, not true at all. So, but that's Roman and Jake for you.
Yeah. So with the team, how have you kind of divided your team up? I've heard all kinds of different builds and stuff. So do you have a bunch of generalists or people focused?
So in the way we've done it in the past, and the way that we've kind of continued this year, is we have one captain, me. We have a network lead who's in charge of whatever firewalls that we have, and just kind of understanding network infrastructure. And then we'll have usually 3 Windows and 3 Linux members. This year we've kind of done a little bit more in terms of making the Windows and Linux members a bit more specialized in what they do. So on the Windows side, we've got a domain admin. We've got somebody who kind of is more of a manage stuff at scale, using WinRM or something to just be able to quickly deploy out basic stuff to the network.
All right.
One of our Windows guys is also pretty involved in just being able to write incident response reports or injects and handle some more of the business side of that as well. And then on Linux, we've kind of got another divide where we've got someone who handles the virtualization or Dockerization of stuff, somebody who handles centralized logging and being able to create visualizations of some of the stuff that we're seeing on the network. And then another person who's kind of fills a similar role to what we have on the Windows side, which is just kind of managing stuff at scale and being able to quickly deploy stuff. So
All right.
This year, we've definitely subdivided the team a lot more than we have in the past. But I think it's been beneficial to kind of our.
I'm about to say, do you think it's paid off? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely long term. I think it might be difficult because it's going to be a little bit harder to translate some of the knowledge or pass it on from year to year because it's much more specialized. But at the same time, it seems to be working for this competition at least, and we'll see what it kind of looks like down the road.
So I'll say, for your future self and future folks who want to do CCDC, what are some just quick top 5 recommendations to kind of focus on and learn? Dive in.
For me, number one thing is networking. I've kind of always been a network engineer at heart rather than like a security guy, and so that allows me to just understand how stuff fits together in a way that I found a lot of people, even on my own team, just can't really wrap their hand around quite as quickly. And so it makes debugging processes a lot quicker because you see an error code and you say, hey, I know what would cause this error to occur, whether it's like a timeout or incorrect content kind of stuff, or just the way that stuff is behaving, the symptoms that you see as you set up firewalls and all of that kind of stuff. And then beyond that, it's just really virtualization, understanding, being able to create networks virtually on your own hardware. We have a Proxmox cluster now at the University of Virginia that we manage. And that's how we run all of our internal infrastructure, being able to just practice, spinning up whatever machine that we think we're going to see in the network and just playing around with it, getting familiar with it in a way that is just impossible to in the competition network without having some sort of background knowledge.
So when you get the whole team together and you're building these, you've got this Proxmox, which is a fantastic tool. I love that tool.
Yeah.
And you start building these things together. Is it do you see it being a big team effort, or is it like a smaller focus effort? Or
yeah. So right now, we've actually been building a lot of automation efforts into it. So right now, that's kind of been a smaller team. It's mostly been me as captain and then kind of the sub Linux and Windows captains who have been helping me a lot on that. And kind of the main reason for that is that we want to be able to use these tools to build networks to practice with. And so it's nice to have some element of surprise as well, kind of with being able to, create environments that not everyone on the team is going to be able to expect. So it's definitely been a group effort in that respect. It's not everyone has been super involved on the automation side, but there's definitely plenty of times when I've asked them to just attempt to set up a service from scratch, just so that way we can play around with it because we know that we're going to have it in the competition.
Oh, absolutely. That sounds so good.
They're all involved on that side.
All right. Before I get you back to your team, any last minute words of wisdom here, and any hopes, dreams for the rest of the competition?
We'll see. I'm a 4th year right now, and I've been to this competition twice now and never been able to win it. So I'm hoping that this will be the year. But
now I'm hoping for you.
All right. I appreciate it. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun so far, and I appreciate all the help that everyone's been able to give. So.
Oh, it's awesome. Well, when you start looking, don't hesitate to reach out to myself, the Meta CTF community. So Blind Hacker and Dead Pixel, if you've heard of us. If not, it's a discord.gg deadpixelsec, and we're always helping write resumes. And since you're local, I'm here in Virginia. So feel free to reach out, and we can, as a 4th year, we can start helping you look for the job.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, good luck with the rest of the competition, and best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Joe, we have an interview with an arrested red teamer. I don't know if you can hear us. Hey, Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Here's the red teamer.
Hello.
Hello, red teamer. So, what got you arrested?
We're not entirely sure what exactly they arrested me. It seemed like a little bit of dubious evidence, but the incident response team decided that it was acceptable enough to arrest me. It's actually this is my 2nd infraction. I was arrested yesterday too by the same team actually. So I think they just really like me and wanted to stare at my face or something.
So, how's the competition particularly going for the red team?
I think the competition is going really well. We got a strong showing. The teams are currently sitting thinking everything is fine, but everything is not fine as is usual. And we've
Good.
got some fun things planned for the rest of the day.
So when are you guys going to kick that off?
I think after we come back from lunch and we've had a little more fuel in our bodies, we'll start executing some plans. Can't detail the plans on a public forum, but
of course. Well, what do you feel comfortable disclosing from this morning? So clearly you got arrested, but and it was a particular team. But like from this morning, what were some of the things that the red team was doing to kind of help the students like see that like prioritize keeping a service versus keeping a system, or like is there something you're particularly kind of targeting and attacking?
Yeah, I would say we've been starting to turn the heat on a bit today. So started to do some more basic stuff this morning. Turning off the surfaces and moving things around a little bit. Stuff that's like easily recoverable. Nothing too crazy, but we're trying to make them understand that this is a problem that needs to be dealt with because we didn't do anything yesterday.
Right. Now that's usually the thing, right? Is I remember the first time I came and streamed this in 2019. Day one, all these students like, oh, the red team's doing this to us. They're throwing hands up. They're getting all hissy, and you're like, well, we haven't done anything. You're shooting yourselves in the foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Day one is definitely just burrow in and hang out. And it's honestly, if the first hour of day one goes pretty well, the rest of day one's pretty boring for us. We kind of just hang out and we'll regain access to anything that disappears. But this year wasn't too much trouble to do that. So we kind of just hung out for a lot of yesterday, and then now this morning, and then after lunch, the fun's starting to start a little bit more.
So let's totally reference like past competitions. What are some ways that you've gotten in for those folks who don't understand what red teaming really might be more about? So
yeah, absolutely. So in past competitions, typically the way we get in is through the sorry, one second, I'm hearing things in my headset. So in the previous competitions, typically we get through through the default credentials. The credentials for all the boxes are the same at minute 0, and it's a bit of a race between the blue team and the red team to see can the blue teams change the credentials before we get in, and they always lose the race. We're always a little bit faster. We can use automation and stuff like that. So us getting in tends to be pretty guaranteed. Sometimes they'll change the password on like 1 or 2 key boxes if they prioritize correctly to stop things a bit. But for the most part, we get in through the default credentials. And there's like other things, if there's any open shares, we can get in through there and stuff like that.
So standard just these days, standard just like in a regular corporate environment these days, you're not really too worried about your external vulnerabilities because there's probably not many. You should be worried about passwords and that initial access. Then you guys dig in, drop C2s, drop backdoors, drop additional persistence. Maybe even like maliciously modifying everything from, I guess, like a registry key all the way to just like executable files that they have to use.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get in, burrow, drop our malware, and then just reapply it if it disappears. But that's the basic gist of it.
Having been in the back room with the red team a couple times now myself, I noticed that there's a large camaraderie amongst us red teamers. Like somebody who doesn't have access to a box anymore, you ask around and one person does who's burrowed even deeper than everybody else, and then they just help get everybody back online, go through change passwords back to default, and then the fight begins again.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really big on communication and teamwork in there. We have like a big spreadsheet that has all the hosts.
Yep.
Yeah, we have like a huge spreadsheet with everything on it, and we just mark things as lost, and when we get it back, unmark it as lost and stuff like that.
I know that's one of the. What else?
And sorry, I'm like here. I'm hearing like double here from the headset.
Oh no,
it's a little hard to focus. But yeah, let's see what else.
So I mean,
okay.
I know that when thinking about like the lost and found spreadsheets and getting people's one-liners back on and things like that, the automation is critical to red teamers. You know, I keep trying to help the blue teams myself when they ask me like, what could we do to be better? The first thing I always say is get a playbook going at a minimum. If X, then Y. Like just start out simple because it's essentially what the red teamers do is if I'm in, then I'm in, and if I have a registry key, I'm going to be here. If I'm going to do this, like again, we have automation orchestration. We get in, and I try to teach the blue teamers to do the same thing. So any advice for future blue teamers who join the competition with people watching this in the future?
I think the main piece of advice I would give is, not playing whack-a-mole with the red team. If you see that the red team has a shell on the system and, you just kill it, but you don't remove the root cause, you don't remove the persistence, or you don't fix the vulnerability or the way that I got in, I'm gonna notice that you killed my session, and I'm just gonna get back in. I don't really, if you leave my session alone, there's enough that I have to focus on that I'm not going to even notice that something is going on. Like you could be fixing the vulnerability and I'm not going to notice. But if you kill my session, that's pretty noisy, and I'm immediately going to figure it out, and I'm going to try and get back in. So I think the key thing is to really focus on the incident response and trying to figure out how we've burrowed in and not just worry about playing whack-a-mole. Like unless I'm actively doing something, there's no point in killing my session. And even if I am actively doing something, you'll probably learn more by observing what I'm doing rather than trying to just kill the session for no reason.
Yeah, pulling out a good threat hunt, finding the beachhead, how you got in, finding the persistence, how you keep getting back in, and then go from there. So, I've even said, hey, kill it once and then watch the processes even closer, see which ones are moving in weird directions, and then go from there.
Yeah.
All right, are you done? Can you get back to hacking on the teams?
I'm getting kicked off, and I have to go back to hacking anyway. So I'll be passing it off back to Roman, who will be introducing the next person.
All right,
thanks for having me.
Thanks for chatting.
Yeah. So now. Who's talking right now?
Testing. Is it doing weird stuff?
Sorry, the live stream was playing in a different tab, and so I wasn't sure what was going on. But Joe, so we have the next team right here, Team 4 from University. These are kind of broken.
Hello.
Hello. So, what's your name and what university are you from?
My name is Ray Truex, and we're with Messiah University.
Welcome. How do you guys feel like you're doing so far?
We're doing okay. The injects have definitely gotten a lot harder. We got some of our systems that were down yesterday. They're back up today, so we're really happy about that. We can see we're moving up in the scoreboard. We're trying to protect against the red team best we can, but we can tell that there's definitely some activity on some of the systems. Other than that, it's been pretty fun, pretty challenging.
So yesterday, you were given 1 hour out of nowhere to fill an entire surface assessment or risk assessment of the network. Did you guys complete yours?
Yeah, so we documented all the systems. We gave host names and operating systems to the C-suite. And then from there, we started an inventory of the software, but there's just so much. It's been really hard. We also provided recommendations to the C-suite as to what we're going to try to install and get done, but time is limited and we're short on people, so it's been a challenge.
Are you guys one of the teams that has a few less people?
Yeah, we have 6 people, including myself. We were invited the day before to fill in for another team, so it's all been very last minute.
Hey, you
That's
know
been
what
awesome.
though? If you guys are keeping services up and doing those things, it's that's still a good thing, right? This competition is
Yeah.
hard. It's hard for a reason. So when
Yeah, it's
meeting
been
with
so much fun.
so when meeting with the CEO, you generally felt like that was going well. So what are some of the things like that you just relay to them that you have more services up? Are you guys still making money? Do you have your ordering system online right now?
So we do not have our ordering system online, and they were not too happy about that. We told them we had the blog up, and they were not too happy about our prioritization. So we need to work on that moving forward.
Hey, that is a absolutely fair assessment from the people who worried about just making money, right?
Yep.
So what are your plans to get back to when you get back? What's the first thing you think you're gonna spin up the team on?
We've been taking breaks every hour, hour and a half. So when I get back, we'll take another break. We discuss what everybody's working on. We make sure our prioritization is in the right place. So we need to make sure that we get those ordering systems online and working. I think that's the biggest thing for us right now is getting orders up and running.
So when you guys were preparing for this after qualifiers and stuff and some of the training and stuff like that, did you guys come up with a methodology for this, like any kind of playbooks, or did you guys just come into this say, hey, we're gonna just stand up and keep as many services per person up as we can?
We thought we had a plan and some playbooks, but as soon as we got here, pretty much all got thrown out the door. We've been kind of sporadically been assigning stuff to whoever has the most skill in that area.
Well, it's that's still it's still a good thing. I'll say in the future, best advice that I can give to someone like yourself is in the future definitely come up with playbooks that are a little bit more robust than right, like and come up with playbooks that actually have like potential fail safes and breaks in them, especially if you're familiar with the technology. If you're coming into something that's totally unfamiliar, that is clearly significantly difficult, but at least having a plan for that piece of technology. Hey, we've never used this before, but this is what we should probably do. And so if it's one person doing research and one person typing in commands on the console, that's still a valid method to help out there.
Okay, cool.
So some of that advice. So going forward, do you have any? I'll give you back to your team in a few moments. You have any advice for future students and people watching this later down the road? Maybe 9 months from now, somebody wants to get into the competition and they're like, hey, maybe I should watch the former CCDC. What is something you could say to them that might help them with your hands-on perspective?
We started building a practice environment, like a cyber range. We're getting old servers from the school, stuff that they're decommissioning. We're starting to build our own practice environment on that, and we found that to be extremely helpful. We hope to kind of replicate the environment that we see here, and I think that's going to be super helpful. We're just starting the process, but once we get that up, I think that'll be enormously helpful.
Absolutely. Well, take some good notes, and if in the future you ever need any help with anything, you want to see some capabilities or chat about it, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, Blind Hacker, and several of the Discord communities out there, like Dead Pixel Sec, the Meta CTF Discord, those places. I'm sure you can also get some advice from those blue teamers and red teamers as well. This, use your resources.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, well, get back to your team and good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
All righty. Let's check in with the scoreboard. All right, zoom in here on my screen a little bit. Team 1 is still in first place. Team 2, 7. Team 3, second. Team 4, 5. So it doesn't seem like we've experienced too much of a shakeup just yet. I see lots of good services up, a decent amount down. again, there's clearly a large number of boxes and services going on here, so it frankly leads itself to definitely being a difficult competition here. I think the important thing that we can learn from a lot of this is to make sure, again, kind of have those blueprints as best as you can ready to go, giving out taking as much feedback and commentary back in as you can, and building out a capability here. And again, the capability is I always try to say it's your bucket of there's so many things that can happen with the capabilities. You want to make sure that you understand the ability to get them going. Looking at the teams here, we definitely got little bit of stress going on. I'm sure here, again, after lunch, after the 1 o'clock time frame, so that we'll take a break here in about an hour, and then we will go forward with that. So we're getting the camera messed with a little bit here. Going up. Why we're going higher? Oh, we're going sideways. Woo! But definitely creates some interesting stuff going on. Any questions from the crowd? Yeah, go Rutgers. I see that. Good job, stuff. All right, let's see if I got any intel. Well, I can tell you that it is about to get real interesting for those people who haven't secured their infrastructure. I won't give out any IP addresses again. I respect my red teamers' privacy to their systems, but there's definitely some backdoors in people's Linux systems, and flags are going out. I would some good stuff going on. All right. Well, I can say that let's pop up the scoreboard. Can get a little bit of zoom on it here. I know it's tough to read, but Team 1 is still first place. Team 2 is 7th place. Team 3 is 2nd place. Team 4 is 5th place. Team 5 is 8th place. Team 6 is 4th place. Team 7 is 3rd place. And Team 8 is 6th place. Let's see. Service-wise, we have 28 of 20, 28 up, 26 down, 27 up, 27 down. Team 3 is 28 up, 26 down. So oh no, Team 4 has 31 up. I think that's the highest so far. Oh no, Team 7 also 31 up. And then Team 8 30 up. So pending that the points spread can be equalized quickly, Team 1 doesn't seem to be currently at risk. Oh wait, no, 3-5-0 versus or 359 versus 354. We are at a only 5,000 point spread there for 1 to 2. Where's Team 3? 350. Okay, so 359, 354, and 350, and then 339. So there's a decent gap between 3rd and 4th place. But again, these things can be quickly made up. But it seems like right now, 3rd place has got 31 services up. 2nd place has 28. 1st place has 28. So there's potential for a bit of a switcheroonie and last minute slide-in by what's teams. So specifically Team 3 and even Team 7. The competition certainly isn't over yet. See if we get a few more students here shortly. Hello, hello. Hello. Testing. There we go. All right. Let's see. Yeah. So to explain, go UAV from Karen Hildebrand. I said UAV. Go UVA. Again, I don't know which teams are which, but yeah, right now the scoreboard still looking about the same. I haven't seen it fully update quite yet, but there's definitely some numbers ticking up here and there. So yeah, it's still a close competition, and this certainly could be decided by if you did reports, if you caught red teamers, if you do your incident response capability, if you do those kinds of things. So there's still time for any form of a comeback. Team 1, 2, and 3 are still within just a few thousand points of each other.
And hey, Joe, I'm back.
Hey,
Just listening in. So
welcome back.
We're supposed to be expecting our next team any moment. I don't know if we went back to their table, but I'll try to track them down. But I guess I can explain slightly more on the scores. So the scoreboard just includes the scored services,
Okay.
which is only 1/6 of the entire score. The other scores we don't really have a live scoreboard for because it's a lot of manual grading, a lot of communication, a lot of those things will have to be decided right at the end. And the
Yeah.
way we're gonna calculate the scores is we're gonna take the ordinal rankings for each of the teams. So first, like team 1 is going to get 1 point. Team 2 is going to get 7 points. We're going to add them all up for all of the 6 different categories,
Yeah.
and we're going to the team that has the lowest sum is going to win. I think usually the teams that do it's rare to see teams that are first in every single category. But the teams that usually win are consistently good on average. So like they're second or third in pretty much most categories.
Okay.
Try and track down the team number 5. So I think we had 4 teams interviewed yet, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's get those team members out. Have we been muted? That would be awful. Oh, I'm wearing the wrong headset. All right, so as was just explained, this is 1/6 of the score. So just because you're on top of the scoreboard here doesn't mean you're going to win. There are 5 additional categories, and again, that includes the CEO, the board. That's the white team representation. So that's the if you did submit incident response reports. A lot of this stuff is important. It's why it's good to like boilerplate as much of this as you can with a solid playbook, something you can copy and paste from. If now that there's internet access, like something like Notion or something that you can access and like just pull data down from, even if it's like a playbook on a thumb drive, something. You need something.
Hey Joe, so we actually have Rob here. Do you want to do? If you want to introduce him, Rob is the person who's been in charge of designing the entire infrastructure, pretty much. So I'll pass him the microphone.
Alrighty.
How's it going?
Hey pal, how are you? What's going on,
I'm
Rob?
doing okay. How are you?
Could be better, but I'm alive. We're hanging in there.
Alive is a positive thing. Getting up in the morning is the best gift every day.
Absolutely. So, how did you prepare this year's CCDC?
I just threw a few things together, and it just happened magically. I don't know. No,
had a couple boxes sitting around.
Yeah, just a couple. No, it was actually a lot of work. So myself and another team member broke up the cloud environments and the on-prem environments, and I mostly worked on the on-prem environments. He mostly did his automation magic in the cloud. So we have something like 10,000, 12,000 something lines of Terraform. It's insane. So yeah, we have, well, it's Terraform and Ansible together, but it builds out all the systems, configures them the right way. And then we have an on-prem setup where there are 140 some odd laptops. We have 8 Proxmox servers. We have IP cameras. We have wireless APs and all this stuff that they have to manage. And if you, in older days and in the days of CCDC, there used to be just one large ESX server. They handled all of the teams, and they would just log in remotely, and they'd have like rented laptops, so we couldn't put them in scope. And so they had like 8 boxes total because they didn't have infrastructure to spin up 8 teams worth of stuff, right? So like it was a much different environment than it is now, where when I was first being red teamer, I was I had to compete against a blue team that was staring at my machine, and I had to be really like invisible, right? And so now with the extra infrastructure, they're scrambling to even assess what their assets are, and that's super real world, right? Like they don't know exactly how many things that they have in the cloud or on-prem, and they have to know, and they have to manage all of them. And I think each team has something like 46 machines that they have to, and that's just like Linux and Windows, not to mention all the hardware they have to manage, which is the APs and the IP firewalls and all that kind of stuff.
There's a Cisco phone I heard, right? So if the client can't order, they call them up so they can still get a point. But if they call them up, they lose a point. But if they can't even help them through the phone, or they don't pick up, they lose 2 points, or they don't get the points. They don't lose points.
Exactly. It's definitely gotten a lot more complex over the years.
No, I was looking at I've heard 45, 46 boxes. So some folks, one team was like, I was like, hey, did you fill out your risk assessment from yesterday? Like the CEO wanted to see your risk assessment. I didn't bother with that, and then I was like, well, okay. And then they were like, oh yeah, then we didn't even. And somebody else was like,
move, Cotton.
Yeah, they were like, oh yeah, we unplugged the AP because that's just more attack surface. So no wireless. And so they lost 2 laptops. So they're like, one person's just dedicated to incident response reports, and the other person's just dedicated to taking notes. And I'm like, well, okay. I don't know what team it is, like what number, but I'm curious if that plays a role in how this is going to turn out. So it's interesting.
Yeah, this definitely has been a bigger push on strategy versus just just straight technical knowledge. You have to make executive decisions on how you're going to handle the teams, and it's rough. It's really hard. Like I wouldn't want to be a team captain right now.
No, with 45, 46 systems divided by 8, one of them is a team captain, so they're probably dealing more with keeping everybody motivated.
Times 8. Divided by 8 because of team members. Sorry.
Because if you have the full team, right? Some teams don't have full teams. I heard a few teams only have 6 folks. So they're even more like having to like really split their resources. And some folks are like, oh, when I talked to the CEO, and he pointed out to me the blog was still up, but they couldn't get any orders. He really got on my case for not having the priority to bring up the thing that makes us money. And I was like, well, yeah.
It's kind of how it works.
Welcome to the real world now. But I think you guys have probably done a stellar job. Any major like issues? Because I know throughout the years when I've watched you do these things, there's always like, oh, this thing happened or that thing. Anything bad this time, or everything kind of smoother?
Yeah, we had this really awesome. So Russ was an amazing supporter of our event as a red teamer for many years. And he did 3D printing of our badge system this year, and it was a full-on shipping where you had RFID connecting to a charging port that would the team members would have to then push their shipping containers, which are 3D printed shipping containers, you see at a port. They're like full-on 3D printed shipping containers. So they had to give them to the team captain so they could transfer all the goods from their badge shipping container to the captain's badge shipping container and over to the white team. And the whole thing broke down. It just wasn't working.
No.
I don't know if it was a victim of complexity or what, but they just weren't working. And so we had some of them working, but it wasn't enough to have all of the teams do it. So we had to remove that, and that was really sad. But we'll try something like it next year. Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Again, victim of complexity, or just that sounds awesome though.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. All right, I have to get going because there is another team waiting to talk to you, team captain. So it was really good seeing you, man. I wish you were here. We'll talk to you later.
We'll catch up soon, man. Good to see you.
Right. I'll go.
Thanks, Rob. There you go. So, Joe, we now have the team captain from Virginia Tech. There you go.
Virginia Tech? Okay. Hello, Virginia Tech captain. What is the name, rank, and serial? What's going on?
My name is Daniel Holberg. I'm a freshman at Virginia Tech, and I'm the team captain for Virginia Tech this year.
Looking sharp today. That's good. I'm sure the CEO appreciates that. I remember one year I was streaming, and some of the team captains showed up in practically pajamas and were told they were fired. And they had to swap places with someone else on the team, or during the reporting phase at least. That was kind of interesting. So tell me about what's going on with the team.
So right now we have an issue with our web server. It's been down for the past hour, and we're trying to get it back up. We had some malware on 50% of our server, so we're going in there. What it did was change the time. So we're going in, changing the times, changing passwords, and then fixing all that. And right now we have 3 people working on the web server to get that back up and running.
Okay. So when you're focused in on this, yesterday you were presented a 15 questionnaire risk management. Did you fill it out?
Yes, we did. We sent a full report, and that was
full report. Awesome. When you got feedback from the CEO, he liked your report?
They said it was a lot of information because it was a 2.5-page document, and they're like, "This is too much. Just give me the quick TLDR of what's going on."
That executive summary is an important phrasing. Executive is the big keyword there, but the real keyword is summary. So today you just met with the CEO, kind of giving him your last bit of update. Did that go well, or was he upset about things? And talk about that a little bit.
So I met with the whole board today. So it was a panel of about 10 members, and they're really just asking what our goal is, how we plan to get the web server back up, how we're going to engage with employees to get them back connected, because we had an issue with a phishing incident on our mail server. And so they were just questioning, is our mail server secure, and how we're going to secure that to prevent phishing responses in the future, and how we're going to establish training to inform our employees not to fall for these phishing attacks.
Okay. So are you going to develop some phishing training?
Yes, we've created a PowerPoint presentation that we've submitted on phishing and how to protect yourself against it.
So when you came into this competition, you did qualifiers. So there's an understanding that qualifiers are final-esque, right? So when in between those 2 points, did you guys study harder? Did you find more technology? Did you guys create playbooks? Tell me a little bit about the process from qualifier to final.
Right. So in the qualifiers, we had all 8 team members here. Right now at the regionals, we only have 6 team members. 2 of them are at training for their Army field training.
Oh no!
So that guy was our main Active Directory guy. So in the past 2 weeks, we've been having to train up 2 of the Windows guys on how to do Active Directory, how to deal with all of that. And then for the Linux side of things, we went through and we created scripts for changing passwords. As soon as we got in there, we just run them bash, and that would go through, change all of our passwords. and we really just created, okay, if this happens, what would we do to respond to that issue, and then how we would recover from that to reestablish ourselves
Okay.
and secure our network.
So any deviation you feel from your playbook, or are you guys still kind of like on point with it?
So when we first got in, we ran the scripts. A few of the scripts were not working because you have like the Ubuntu servers, you have like the Red Hat, all these like different things. So the script didn't work, so we ended up having to go in and manually change the password for a lot of them. And some of the accounts have like 30 users on there. So that was a deviation from the playbook. And then when we actually got attacked, that was the how we responded to that attack, how we were going to like proceed, how we actually find where they put the malware, and yeah, how we just deal with that.
Have you guys found? So you said you noticed malware, you've cleaned it up. So as a hardcore red teamer myself, my day job, I develop malware for a living essentially, and do breach and attack simulation here, right? So with that under, again, I've done purple team gambit, I've done cyber threat hunting. So when you guys get in this, when you were training for this, did you do any of that? You guys yourselves, did you do purple teaming? Did you have two of the Windows guys maybe secure a box and then two people attack it, or what were you playing with there?
So at Virginia Tech, we have this thing called the cyber range, and they can establish like a virtual box for us to use and just play on. So we would have two guys on there. We would do King of the Hills. We would do like Try Hack Me, King of the Hills, and we would just practice like one guy in there doing the attacking, and then the rest of us in there defending. And
okay.
So it's just a whole fun thing because we have one guy that's really good at attacking. He likes doing attack things.
Okay. So I guess now for the rest of the competition, we got a break here at I think 1 o'clock, so about 22 minutes. After that break, what are you expecting? Because it's not going to be fun for you guys.
Right now, what we're trying to do is just secure ourselves and make sure we have get all of our services back up and running. Make sure we have our web server running, because we are expecting us to get hit hard. Because right now, it's just been like playful. Oh, they change our web service to like, oh, it's a GIF of a Power Ranger playing the whole time, or something like dumb like that. So we're expecting to get hit hard with like everything after lunch.
All right. I mean, so during lunch, what do you think you're going to like try to encourage your team, or like really, like you said, there's a focus on your web server to keep that money service going. That's
right.
The other services are important; they're worth points, but not being able to deliver on a product loses you a lot more points, right? So you think you're going to focus on that, or are you going to try to still generalize, secure as many things as you can?
I think the main focus right now is just getting that back up, but if they get in through like some back, like through the camera or like through the router or the access point, that's just, we're going to keep PSPY open. We're going to be watching logs the entire time, what's happening, and then respond to that as soon as we see something interesting coming on the logs, like out of place.
Awesome. Well, for future you, when you come back to watch this, or any other future folks considering CCDC, maybe what's some advice that you would impart to them?
Expect the unexpected, really, because as soon as we came in here, we had a whole game plan. This is what we're going to do. And as soon as we sat down, half of our services are already off. There's malware on the system. We can't get into like 5 of the boxes. So really just don't expect things to go the way you think they're going to go. Just like walking with an open mind.
That is great advice. Great advice. Well, thank you for your time. Get back to your team. Best of luck. What team were you again?
We are at Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech. Good luck. Good luck, Virginia Tech.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, let's see. Let's check this pick cam.
Hey, Joe. Are you there?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I can hear you.
So we have the captain from Rutgers University.
Rutgers? Okay.
Yep. Here you go.
And what?
Just your experience with the competition.
Oh, okay.
Maybe talk about how your team's composed, kind of some of that experience. Like,
the experience. Okay.
Or like on your team, do you have just like do you separate by Linux and Windows? Do you?
Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
It's been rough.
Yeah. So what's your name and what university are you with?
I'm Liz. I'm from Rutgers University. I'm team captain.
All right. So how do you think the competition has been going so far?
We have run into a lot of issues, and it's quite different since we won qualifiers actually, and now we're coming into this. The system we've inherited, instead of being perfectly fine, now it's not. So it's more difficult since you now need to diagnose and try to resume services.
Mhm.
It's it's been all over the place in terms of trying to keep my team together.
Hey, there's a fair challenge. So yesterday you were presented a 15 question questionnaire on your like security risk assessment. Did you fill that out yesterday?
I don't think so. No one on my team reported seeing any of that. It may be because we didn't check.
Okay, okay. So when you came into this, so you won qualifiers. So how
Yeah.
did you guys kind of study for that? Like what did you guys do for that as a team?
Okay, so for qualifiers or for this competition regions?
Both, the whole thing.
Okay. So qualifiers, we honestly did not do much. Most of it was research documentation. We had already the team packet when it came out, and we started putting extra effort into things that we weren't too sure about. And from there, we kind of just compiled everything, sat there, and because we had our own computers and we had the computers we signed on to, we could easily look up things on the fly. So that helped a lot. We also, for regionals, we did the same thing on top of one of our security club members. From his internship, he had been able to take a server from the server rack, just one. And for that, we decided to start making our own VMs using Proxmox and try to set up a scoring engine. However, we ran out of time, so that didn't quite supplement research. It was a mixed bag in terms of trying to
Okay.
create our own actual environment.
Hey, it's Proxmox is a good hypervisor, but it's tough to sit down and consider what to build and how to build it, right? Because
Yeah.
there's a whole there's all these prepackaged things out there like Detection Lab or Game of Active Directory, but then you're setting up a bunch of weird stuff that might not even be related to what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, there's
So
that, and then there's acquiring the services. Most of these are paid, and we can't get them. So,
understood.
yeah.
When it came to it, did you guys so you didn't prep for that for the qualifiers, but for regionals, in between regionals, qualifiers and regionals, did you guys sit down and come up with playbooks, or did you
Yes, we did.
Okay, excellent.
A
Talk
lot
about
of
those
it.
a
A
little bit.
lot of it was it. Oh my goodness. We probably out of everyone that I've seen in this room have the most paper. We have it like a box, about a medium box,
Wow.
just filled with paper. We have documentation for almost everything since we had decided internet facing computers are probably going to be taken, so we should do all of our error handling on paper. So it could save us time. We made table of contents for everything. So our research was put together in a playbook. And then for services, we supplemented with documentation and a table of contents that you can flip through. The Neticad that was provided to us, that was actually what I handled. I compiled all of the important information from it into a single document, table of contents, and printed it. It's about 8 pages just for that.
Woo!
I think a total we have 1.2 plus nearly 2K pages. Not counting blank
That's
paper.
phenomenal.
Yeah, all of
That's
it is sorted,
phenomenal.
organized in binders. One of our team members had created passwords, randomly generated words with numbers so they're easier to remember, similar to how the scoreboard password was created. So we
Okay.
have those, and we run through those on rotation. We write the name of the machine. This is the password. Next, and we just keep changing passwords. I think that's one thing we have down
Wow.
pretty well.
So I mean, so with that, that sounds like a solid strategy there. It's definitely playing up the game, as it were.
I feel like from qualifiers, that's what we noticed. our team is very good at looking at strategy and then playing the game as well as we can. Because in qualifiers, we did not expect to win at all. All we did was we sat there and we said, okay, service is down, try to bring it back up, start diagnosing it. We had people designated to handle injects. Basically, if you had an inject with, let's say, a Linux machine and some of the services on it, it would go to that person. So
Okay.
we rotated injects, and the scoreboard had gone down during the red team's attack, so we didn't know what happened. It could have been infrastructure, it could have been red team. If it was, they'd probably be disqualified because they're not allowed to touch the scoreboard. But we had ended up like 7th, probably fell down to 8th on services, and that was the last recorded thing that we got. So we were all sitting around thinking, wow, what's our score? Did we even make it? Did we even qualify? So when it came time to reading it out, it was going through, okay, 8th place, it's not us. Did we make 7th? No, not us. 6th? I don't think so. And then it just kept going. By the time it's 5th, 4th, 3rd, everyone in the room was just, we didn't make it. And then 1st place, when we found out, we were in chaos. And then eventually, once we calmed down, it was, how did that happen? Because we wanted feedback as to how did we do this. We still to this day don't know how. Because
well,
we were not
I'm
best
sure
of
it's a mixture
services.
of. Well, I gotta imagine it's keeping up. Remember the score that you see on that scoreboard is usually only either like 1/3, 1/2, 1/4. This
Here it's
I was just talking to
1/6.
Roman, 1/6. So while it's a good indicator, if you even if you had like 10, but the other ones you scored perfectly on, again, it's that meeting, it's the CEO talks, it's making sure you did those things. Those are very important as well.
Yeah. I feel like this round, our main issue is because there are so many machines. We are not used to dealing with this since
Fair enough.
it's mainly getting onto them and then trying to diagnose, and at the same time we have to take care of Orange Team through their emails. And it's essentially you walk in and you're set up to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will
So
let you get back to your
it's who
team.
can fail more gracefully. Yeah.
Before I let you get back to your team, what's some advice that you want to give to future you or other students who are considering CCDC?
I would say definitely go for it if you're interested in it. Print your resumes and try to keep it together the best you can.
Perfect advice. Thank you so much for your time. Get back to your team and best of luck.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. As you heard there's definitely a need and a want to make sure you keep things tight knit and safe. Let's see. I'm going to turn off the black box. There we go. So looking at the big camera here, we've got some tables, some people actively working on things. It's a good time. It'll be interesting here after lunch, the chaos that'll break loose. We're going to take a break here in 11 minutes. And then afterwards is going to be the team. It's going to be the red team is going to have the ability to kind of start being a little bit more destructive, coming through and really destroying things and really trying to get those points to diminish further. Definitely seeing flurries of activities. This is good. I see throughout the years the teams have actually handed down information. A 2,000 page playbook is absolutely phenomenal. That is, frankly, I've never seen or heard that myself personally, but I'm really glad that somebody really wanted to take those things seriously enough to do that, because that's huge. That actually goes a long way to proving that you're really in this. Okay, I'm looking at the screen here. Apologies. I need more coffee. I don't know what's going on here at this table, kind of in the middle of the room here. There's 3 people at that table. I don't see a team captain anymore. I don't see the other half of the table. I'm curious what's going on there. Let's give some good lo-fi here. All right. Looks like we got some questions being asked on the table closest to the camera. Little furious questions. What's going on? What's going on? At some point, we are going to see NAND cats and fun stuff popping up. Again, that'll be after lunch. I'm sure we'll get some heads up from the red team. Hey, Roman, what's going on?
Hey, Joe. So we have our next captain from Capital Tech University, right? Here you go. Try to put these on. This one's kind of broken, so just make sure forward with the attention.
Okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
So, name and university.
My name is Olivia Atkins, and I go to Capital Technology University.
Excellent. Well, welcome. So, how do you feel you're doing so far this competition?
I feel that we're doing pretty good with all the odds stacked against us, partnering also with University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and Liberty University. We're doing pretty well so far.
Okay. So, you're so as team captain, you've gone and chatted with the CEO a few times now. How do you feel those have gone?
I think those have gone pretty well. This is my first time ever being in this position like this. So being able to take a step out of my comfort zone and have these types of extremely professional meetings that have to do with more than just computer systems, but money and people, it shows that it's harder than I expected, but I think it's going pretty well.
Awesome. So, yesterday there was the risk assessment questionnaire. Did you fill yours out?
I did not. I
Okay.
unfortunately was I was doing other things at the time.
Hey, while I get, maintaining services and order is important, those pieces of paper can make a difference. But it's, I totally get it. What kind of strategy have you deployed with the team to try to keep, keep the more important services up, or do you keep everything up? What was you guys' strategy?
So we've definitely created a topology. I don't have my notebook with me, but I can try and describe it the best way possible.
Just
Where we
at a
have our
high level, yep.
systems- Definitely. So we have our systems that detect everything. We're running Nessus, we're running Netcat scans, we're running Nmap, everything on the system that we can possibly run, and as well as just going through it ourselves and trying to find like the individual portions of it ourselves. And we're logging the information that we find, and if we find any vulnerabilities, then we're setting it off to quarantine it, or essentially just set it aside to have high monitoring on it until we can figure out what's going on with it, why is it down, check the checks, check the passwords, try and gather as much information as we can before we fix the whatever we need to fix, and then we make a copy of whatever we did, so it has the most recent data on it as possible, and then we redeploy it to our systems, and it's maintained us to stay in top 5. So
Okay, that's a valid strategy. With that, like, so you just got done meeting with the CEO now, or a little bit ago. What was the CEO's main concerns, or what was the CEO and board's main concerns?
definitely the revenue. So our team is doing a really good job on maintaining the services that keep the revenue, and I maintained a lot of transparency on the things that we're having issues with, and they were really receptive to that type of transparency and being able to pull ETAs out about when we can get those systems up again so we can maintain that level of revenue.
Absolutely. Okay. And you gave them answers, and they were satisfied with their answers with the ETAs and things like that.
Definitely, especially when it came to suggestions on what to do on the networks and what to change, and how can we make like the employee database better, and how can we make the employees trainings better,
Okay.
and everything in regards to that.
So how do you feel? What was your strategy dealing with the red team? Was there a did you guys come in with a playbook or?
Well, our dealings with the red team has been pretty minimum so far. We've had a couple instances where Green Power Ranger has definitely come across our systems, but
Fantastic.
so far, like, it's more of just us maintaining our own faults, trying to make sure that we don't mess up on our ends, because when we first started,
That's
we
important.
didn't have very many systems up, but just doing our due diligence, we were able to bring a lot of our systems up. Red team, if you're listening, please don't hit our systems.
I can assure you there are certainly some of them listening, and again, they don't know what team is what specifically. They also they can kind of figure it out. Team 1 through it's team 1 through 8. I was talking about that way earlier. They try to leave it as neutral, but yeah, the biggest thing
They can see us.
The biggest thing I see from feedback for red teamers though too is like they say every time, like they tell the same every year that they come back to the students and say the same thing. Stop playing whack-a-mole. Only do whack-a-mole if you're ready to start immediately shutting down the services. Because I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase "one is none, two is one." So what that really means is, do you have one popsicle or two popsicles? Well, if you only have one popsicle, it's going to melt. You're not going to have any. So, but you got to make sure you have two. Well, that is like a red teamer mantra. So I'm going to have more than one shell. You might think I'm only in one way or two ways. No, there's probably a half dozen ways to look at. So it's important to kind of clean up those things slowly and then take the action to get rid of the shell. So just some advice for those watching in the future.
I've definitely gotten on my team for playing whack-a-mole a little bit. I'm like, if you got to play whack-a-mole, then they're in more ways than you think. Take a step back, think how they got it, and then go from there. And then make an IR about it, of course.
So I'll let you get back to your team, but last words / any advice for future you or future CCDC players?
Future CCDC, expect the unexpected. I did not expect to come in here and working on the workstations that we're working on. I think you guys can see us working on Chromebooks right now. That is something I've never done before. I haven't used a Chromebook since middle school, which was a solid 8 years ago. So
yeah.
Definitely expect the unexpected. People around you are just as secure as you are, but they're definitely pretty helpful.
Awesome. Well, get back to your team. Good luck after the break, and congratulations on kicking butt. It sounds like. So I look forward to seeing how it plays out.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hey, you too.
We now have the final team captain for Liberty.
All righty.
30 seconds.
Hello, how are you?
Man, way to be pulled away from your team at the last 30 seconds there. Hopefully you trust them enough to get it done.
For sure. They're the smart ones. I have minimal impact.
There you go. So name and university. So I know Liberty, but name and university.
Sure, I'm Sam Bodine from Liberty University.
So tell me about the competition so far.
Sure, yeah. It's been a lot of fires to put out, very intense. Paul from one of the volunteers here, I think, puts it best. He says that the 48 hours here that we have in this chaos is equal to several years in career.
Oh, absolutely.
We learn a lot, and it's very intense, high speed, just really packed in learning in just a few hours.
So tell me about. Oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. We've just been managing a lot of business tasks, injects. We've been managing red team activity, especially today, this second day. The red team will have a lot more impact on your systems and a lot more activity. So we're managing all of it, trying to do our best.
Yeah. I would be prepared for after lunch. I know that that's their favorite time is right when they get back and they just go burn it all down. So what have you guys been doing to manage from like qualifiers to now? Like, have you guys set up labs? Have you done training? Have you created playbooks? Tell me about all that.
Sure. Yeah. Good question. So we believe a lot in documentation and taking institutional knowledge from previous years and keeping them through the years. So we've been
Excellent.
referencing a lot of material from other years. In fact, we spend almost as much time or more time working on documentation and creating learning materials for the future, not just like learning for the president. So we're focusing on, honestly, generally every year, we're focusing on the next year more than we are our current year to grow. So we spend a lot of time learning from the past, writing about what we expect for the future, and then just practicing it. In terms of labs, yes, we have a large data center at our school that we work on, and we set up networks there with different operating systems. We'll often work on our playbooks. We'll practice our playbooks on our networks first, and then move into competition with that testing.
Excellent, excellent. No, and I know that about Liberty. I've got I have a few of your alumni that I've worked with and that work for me now. So it's definitely it's good to hear that.
Awesome.
You know, that's one of the important things I've always tell people is first of all, playbook, playbook, playbook. Second of all, that institutional knowledge is key. So I'm glad you guys are passing it on. With that, so how are you feeling like you are faring in this competition against the red teamers with both that institutional knowledge and your playbooks this time around?
Sure. Well, it looks bad every year, right? You always come into competition thinking like, okay, we'll be ready this time, and they throw you 10 curveballs that you have no idea what happened. And so, what I like to say is that to do well in this competition, you don't have to do well; you just have to do better than the other teams. So it's hard to tell exactly how well we're doing, but we know that if we're struggling, other teams are also struggling. So it's just a matter of who can struggle a little bit less badly.
So you just met with the CEO. How are you struggling less badly with the CEO? Are you was that a good call? Was it a good meeting with the CEO and the board?
Sure. Well, of course, C-level interviews, the executives, they care about revenue. It's a business, and so we focus on that. Our primary goal, especially as a cybersecurity analyst, there's so many priorities in your head that you care about that are often not translated to the business. Often we're just thinking about, okay, we have to have this firewall up right now, but they do not care about a firewall. They care that the customers can create orders. And so we've kind of fought against our natural security, and we are focusing on, especially for bulk shipping, that means our CRM software to support orders. So I mean, literally 20 minutes ago, I'm coming into a meeting for the CEO meeting. We've had our main shipping website not available for hours, and I printed off sheets saying that our CRM software is not available. And literally 3 minutes before starting my interview, my Linux member fixed it. And so our shipping is available, which is fantastic. So, I mean, I'm here writing in pen, edit, CRM software is now available. That's how quickly things move here. Yes.
Wow, that's awesome.
So that was very beneficial coming into the interview to say, hey, our CRM is working. We also got it to work yesterday, which means that Megacorp, which is Hulk Bulk Shipping's biggest partner, we were able to complete that order and keep revenue. That's one of the few things that they are happy about.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you get caught up with your team for lunch.
Sure.
Give me your best piece of advice for a future you or future CCDers.
Sure. Yeah. Honestly, at the root, it takes a lot of prioritization beforehand, right? Outcomes are tied to habits. I think it's easy to try really hard the week up, the 2 weeks before, and then just grind a lot. But success and outcomes come from slow, consistent work over a long time. So I hope that's something I can implant in my team from a leadership perspective is we're not going to wait until near the end to just start learning a lot. Let's consistently work on what we know are highest priority items through the year. Hopefully that system combined with the institutional knowledge that I mentioned before, thinking future, every year we're thinking future, we're thinking consistent, that causes success more than just working hard the week of.
Excellent advice. Go join your team. Thank you so much again. Good luck, Liberty University.
Thank you so much.
Well, with that, I'll throw it to the scoreboard for now, and we will See you guys soon.
That's fine.